Hey, y'all, and welcome back, y'all. Welcome back with another um reaction with your girl, Lanita. Now, y'all know what today is, right? Y'all know what today is. Today is Tupac day one trial. And I told y'all, get ready to put on your boots because we got to work, y'all. We got work to do. We got cases and everything stack on us. Hold on, y'all. So we're going to go ahead on and get started. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe to the channel. And these are my opinions, and my opinions are not necessarily based on facts. Okay, y'all, here we go. I'm going to get a shout out to my, I have one member that been with me for long. I'm gonna get my t-shirts and my caps and stuff, y'all. I'm working on that. This is a trial, y'all. They already started, but we starting from right here. Search together in for the you know channel, for our channel, whatever we need. Oh, did they already bring him in? I want them to bring Keffe in. Yeah, yeah. So I will be putting some uh, like caps, t-shirts. I'm getting my store together, y'all. I'm just not good as that. I'm trying to get my team together. Interested in job. No, it's serious, y'all. This is job. This is a job. This is not nothing to play with. And I notice y'all notice I take my job serious. So we're gonna have it together over here, okay? Y'all know how long it is it been with Tupac. Do you know that this is around when I was young, and I think he's way older than my daughter, but this case is a long due case. People think that they can get away with murder, but when you write a book, and you state inside your book, um, who did what and what I did this, I did that, and I did that. That's you. You set yourself up for failure. Now you got to get yourself out of. So sometimes people put themselves in this situation. So I'm gonna set the chat up for y'all. Welcome chat. Please be mindful and respectful to everybody's opinion. But we have any birthdays in the house. Happy birthday to you. Yeah, y'all. This day one. We got work to do now. You on a good. You on the right channel now. If you came to YouTube, enjoy yourself. Um, work. I got work. Y'all know I don't do nothing but work since I retired. I'm still working. I love it. This is fun work, honey. Ooh, Lord, honey. So, and y'all older people out there, do what you want to do. Y'all don't work all y'all life. If y'all want y'all to channel and and want to have fun with your own channel, do your thing because you been paying taxes, voting, and working, and doing your thing, take care of your children, and all that kind of stuff you deserve to do. Have fun just like everybody else. Anybody, let them know. That's Keffe D, attorney. Got his hair out. They need to cut that hair. Hang on. Let me hit my like button. I like my own videos. I'll be the first one to hit the like button. I'm gonna take this out. Hold on, y'all. Take this thing out. It's doing too much. Look at Kevin D. Look at D. Big D got that suit on. Look at Kevin. people. Look at him. He can see. Look at you. He looking at somebody. Who they waiting? Hold on for a second, guys. Yeah, here you go. Come on, YouTube. I don't think they want to do is look at this trial. That's all. Leave these folks alone. Let them enjoy YouTube. Jesus. Who they waiting on? Y'all wonder who they waiting on to come through?
On September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur came to Las Vegas to attend a Mike Tyson fight. After the fight, Tupac, along with Suge Knight, Trayvon Lee, and other people that were with them, ran into a person named Orlando Anderson. And Orlando Anderson is a defense attorney. And when they encountered after Tupac and Suge engaged in the beating of Orlando Anderson. They are gunned down. Tupac is gunned down in a drive-by shooting from a white Cadillac in an act of revenge. During those 2.5 hours, you will learn that the defendant was escalating and planning the retribution for the beating of his beloved nephew. But what he did do was plan the retaliation. That Duane Davis got the gun. You will learn that he got into a white Cadillac. You will learn when the opportunity presented itself for retribution, Duane Davis made sure that the shooters were armed and ready to execute their revenge. And remarkably, you will learn that Duane Davis himself. But to understand what happened on September 7th, 1996, on the streets of Las Vegas, we need to go about 275 miles west to the city of Compton, California. What you'll learn is that Compton is about 10 square miles, but in the mid-1990s, those 10 square miles, and important to this case, there are two gates, Bob Pyru and the South Side Compton groups. Let's talk a little bit about the Bob Pyru. The Bob Pyru is associated with the color red. And you'll hear that Suge Knight, the person who was driving Tupac Shakur that night, grew up in the neighborhood of Las Vegas. But by the mid-1990s, he had become a very successful CEO of the record label Death Row Records. But despite maybe because of where he came from, you'll hear that Suge Knight continued to employ Bob Pyru gang members as part of Death Row. They would act as unofficial security, and other times they would engage in public politics on behalf of Suge Knight. But Death Row and artists such as Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, and of course, Tupac Shakur. And another largest and most successful rapper. It just sold, released All Eyes on Me double album that was met with huge success. Additionally, Tupac Shakur was a movie star, having appeared in a number of movies. He has at times been referred to as an icon. But for the purposes of this case, what you need to know is that Tupac Shakur was not a gangster. He was a hip. Now, the other name that's important to note here is the Southside Compton groups. Duane Keffe Davis. And while Suge Knight rose to prominence in his neighborhood due to the money that he was bringing in through the music industry, Duane Davis rose to prominence in his neighborhood because he was a very successful, large-scale drug trafficker. And you will learn that that is how one moves up in the world gang, by bringing in money to the neighborhood. The other thing you'll learn is that Orlando Baby Davis was his nephew, and also a highly respected member of the Southside groups. Now, as part of this case, you're going to hear another name, Eric Zip Martin. Eric Zip Martin is not a member of the Southside group. In fact, and knows Duane Davis as a result of both their involvements in the drug trade. Duane Davis from the West Coast, Eric Zip Martin from the East Coast. And one of the Duane Davis gets through his association with Zip Martin is with Sean Buffy Combs, who was then the CEO of Bad Boy Entertainment. Sean Combs wanted some security when he came out to the West Coast. about Bob Pyro. He was worried about the members of Death Row Records. And so Duane E.B. Davis agreed to be around to act as unofficial security for Sean Combs and his artists when they came out west. In order specifically to ensure there are no problems with Bob Pyro and Death Row Records. And this took a rivalry between Bob Pyro and Southside Compton Crips and escalated. And those tensions boiled over in the Lakewood Mall. And Trayvon, a member of the Bob Pyro associated with Death Row Records, was there with other members of Bob Pyro in order to do some shopping. Lakewood Mall was a mall nearby Compton. You'll also hear that Baby Lane Anderson, Orlando Anderson, the defendant's nephew, was there. Chained with a Death Row gun. There was some fights that occurred between the Bob Pyro and the Southside Compton Crips. Now, what happened to that chain is an issue of much dispute. Not everybody agrees. But the act of disrespect of inflicted death row chain in the brawl that occurs further escalates. Is that these two men, Trayvon Lane and Orlando B, this time in Las Vegas. So that brings us back up to September 7th, 1996. So he disposes of him in less than a minute in a round. Doesn't take a full minute. And then after the fight, Tupac Shakur shook knives and the people that are here with him, they leave. And that's why this fight occurs. Trayvon Lane and the Death Row crew see Orlando Anderson standing by himself. And they decide to attack him. Orlando Anderson's on the bottom of that group. You see security coming, trying to break this up. And then you'll see Tupac Shakur, Chuck Lane, Trayvon Lane, and that group exit. Now, Orlando Anderson was by himself because when Wayne Davis purchased the tickets for the Bruce Sullivan fight, he got a Bruce Calvin. So everybody that came with Wayne Davis proceeded separately from him. And so Orlando Anderson was at that time by himself. You'll see that Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight, and his group leave the MGM Grand. And you'll see that Orlando Anderson, after being held by security, is questioned for a minute, asked if he wants to press charges. He decides he doesn't want to participate in any type of prosecution and that he doesn't need medical attention. Duane Davis hears about this detail. There is no question that a response is required. You will hear from Duane Davis what happened. Because what happened over the next 2.5 hours is something Duane Davis would later describe himself. The secret 2008 interview from his attorney's office with the federal. And we'll talk about that interview So later, Duane Davis organizes two vehicles to go over to the 662. Before that, he gets the gun from Zipporti. He knows how to use Mercedes Benz. He gets the gun from Zipporti. And then, after some time, he assembles two cars to go to 662 to violently confront Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight from the beginning of his death. And you'll hear that Duane Davis wasn't initially in the White Cadillac. They go in a White Cadillac and they go to Club 662, waiting for Tupac Shakur, waiting for Suge Knight, waiting for this fight to come from Suge Knight. Don't show up while they're there. Goes into and the plan is they can go back to Las Vegas Strip and party. What the original intention was before Orlando Anderson would meet them. But on the way back to the Las Vegas Strip, they see a caravan of cars. And that caravan included Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. And in that white Cadillac, for the show, Duane Davis explains that the driver is Terrence T. Brown. In the rear driver's side is DeAndre or Big Dre Smith. In the rear passenger side is Orlando Bailey Anderson. And Duane Davis himself is in the front passenger side. And this is how Duane Davis explains the murder of Tupac. Decide to make a U-turn. Confront Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. Duane Davis had the firearm the upper there, and then he passes it to them. Duane Davis says that if they were on his side, Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight were on his side of the vehicle, he would have shot them himself. Because they were on the other side, he handed it to DeAndre Smith. DeAndre Smith, according to Duane Davis, did not want to shoot at that time. Orlando Anderson shot. Duane Davis explains this over and over again. He starts blasting. You say he should move over, he sees you. He looks right at you. One of the things Wayne Davis talks about during the murder of Tupac, there's a car full of women, and he calls them broads, a car full of women who are there as well. Pretty slightly with Mr. Davis' rendition of facts. They were in fact communicating with Suge and Tupac's car, but they weren't talking to Tupac, they were talking to Suge. And what she says is she hears gunshots, she sees a white Cadillac fleet, and then what Duane Davis interprets as them chasing her, she'll tell you is them just panicking and trying to get away. But she will say they inadvertently follow Wayne Davis and the other one, the white car. After Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur's vehicle is shot, Suge Knight makes a U-turn and heads back to the Las Vegas Strip. The car ultimately can go no further. Next stops. Police arrive. Medical arrive. You will hear that Suge Knight was grazed in the head. Has collapsed. He ultimately survives those injuries and is released from it. You will also hear that Tupac Shakur was shot multiple times. He was brought to UMC, and then 6 days later, he succumbed to those injuries. And within 24 hours, the Cadillac and the assailants are back in Compton. They stay the night, they drive right home. There's no nothing happening. But war followed them back. Because while people were afraid to come forward to police, the policemen and the statesmen at Southside Compton were responsible for this murder. And the war that follows in Compton is a bloody war. You'll hear that Bob Pyru and Southside Creek members start shooting each other. Within 10 days, 3 people are killed. A number of people were shot, including an 11-year-old girl. And you'll also learn that none of those cases were. Why? Because in this context, in the gang context, the combination of gangs and guns is scary. And in this world, silence means survival. The one person who has a hard time being silent is Duane Davis. You're going to hear from 1998. Duane Davis is given a number of things regarding this case. So, as early as 1998, Davis was the FBI. He admitted he was in Las Vegas during Tupac's murder, 2008, the interview of clips we've heard today. In a secret interview with the federal task force, Davis admits to his role in the murder of Tupac Shakur. And we do need to talk a little bit about this 2008 federal task force. Because what this task force is investigating is not the murder of Tupac Shakur. What this task force is investigating is another rapper, a rapper by the name of Christopher Wallace. Christopher Wallace got murdered 6 months after Tupac Shakur was killed. And there was some allegation that the LAPD might have been involved. So a federal task force was formed to determine what happened to Christopher Wallace. And the interesting thing about the murder of Christopher Wallace is that Christopher Wallace is killed leaving a party in LA. Also at that party, Duane Davis. Christopher Wallace there was a suspect vehicle that was a Chevy SS Impala, and Duane Davis happened to own a Chevy SS Impala. Now, as a result of that, the task force decides, well, let's look at Duane Davis. The thing we know about Duane Davis is that he's narcotic, that he trafficked from drugs. And so they were able, through a CI and an undercover, to have a drug transaction with Duane Davis. And as a result, Duane Davis now has a case, big traffic. And so the federal task force approaches Duane Davis as a attorney, and they say, hey, look, we want information regarding the murder of Christopher Wallace. That is what we are trying to investigate. I don't have any information about it, but I can tell you about what we do. I can tell you about Tupac. And that's what he does. He tells a federal task force that's about his involvement, which he heard, his orchestration of the murder of Tupac Shakur. That secret conversation, that proffer, was secretly recorded and released. In 2009, Davis is being so helpful to federal authorities that he actually flies out to New York to try and get Sid Martin to implicate himself. Sid Martin at that time was dying of cancer, was out of the game, and really did not engage. In 2009, though, Duane Davis gives an interview with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Detective Dan. Now, Duane Davis regarded that it is a different setting than the interview in 2008. It's not a secret program. But Duane Davis does it in that was in Las Vegas. That he was mad about Orlando Anderson. That he was in the White Cadillac. That he procured the fire that ultimately killed Tupac Shakur. Then, in 2011, the landscape changes. Because in 2011, Greg Keating, the guy who was leading the task force in 2008, the guy who organized the secret proffer between Duane Davis and the federal task force, he leaves law enforcement and decides he's going to publish a book about his investigation into Biggie Smalls, the guy who was killed 6 months after Tupac, and Tupac Shakur. And what he puts in the book is that Duane Davis confessed to the murder of Tupac Shakur. The book tells a story about his admission, about himself, but it also tells the story of Duane Davis telling about his nephew's involvement in the murder, about Big Dre's involvement in the murder, about Terrence Brown's involvement in the murder. And this is a problem for Duane Davis, because that meeting was supposed to be secret, and now his cooperation with federal authorities is open to the world. Not only that, Greg Keating is now 2017, Duane Davis decides to go home. He's approached by the producers of a show called Death Row Chronicles what he says is his motivation for appearing. Duane Davis says, I do now. I want to be now. And in the 2017 public interview, he's a little amazing, but he admits to being the boss. He admits to being in the right Cadillac. He admits to being part of the burglar of George. And when he says he's the only person that can tell what happened, he's right. Because by 2017, Terrence Brown is deceased. DeAndre Smith is deceased. Orlando Lee Anderson is deceased. Orlando Anderson was murdered in an unrelated incident. And DeAndre Smith died from it. Remarkably, in 2019, Duane Davis then decides he's going to publish his own book. And with regards to the book, it's certainly a lot of self-aggrandizement. But again, the core he was mad about being a woman. He got the gun. He was in the White Castle. And what you'll notice is the constant thing that always goes through the students is Duane Davis' visceral anger at Tupac Shakur is in the book he says, then jumping on my nephew gave us the ultimate green light to do something to their hands. Then Duane Davis decides that he is going to do public interviews regarding the murder of Tupac Shakur. Davis's public admissions varies greatly. He admits to being a leader of Southside Crips. He admits to significant is the fight over the devil approaching. He admits to being in Las Vegas and Ireland. He admits to being angry that Tupac stomped Orlando Anderson at the edge. He admits that he was hunting down Tupac and Chuck first point at 660. He admits that he got a Glock 40 from Eric Zipmark for the purposes of hunting Tupac. He admits that he was in a white Cadillac with his gang members looking for Tupac. He admits to seeing Tupac in a black BMW and then changed directions to confront Tupac. He admits to putting the gun he obtained that night in the backseat of the vehicles of the shooters. And again, what remains, even as late as 2020, from 2021, 22, is Duane Davis's visceral It's not just demonstrated publicly, but you will hear something more private in a conversation with his son. He talks about his feelings about Tupac nearly 30 years after. That is a visceral anger. He did it in 2.5 hours. He took care of what he thought was the proper response. In 28 years later, he still is angry about what Tupac did. On September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur publicly, on camera, participated in a humiliating meeting of Duane Davis's company, the Heavyweights. Duane Davis knew over the years, in private interviews, public statements, and even in private calls, Duane Davis has repeatedly told us in the revenge drive-by shooting of Tupac Shakur. And now, nearly 30 years later, we're going to ask you to finally hold Duane Davis accountable. Obviously, we want people who want to research it and protect it. But really look at it as critical eyes. Now, what State has just told you, people need to be given to disease. But really, at the end of the day, you have to ask what you're saying really true. I don't know if some of you recall that I had asked the question specifically. That would be a fact. Right? In this case, for instance, I had asked before about the idea of microphone. About 30 years from now, would it still be a microphone? The answer is yes. And the reason why that's important is because in this case, what they're telling you, they're representing you in fact, but it really is a fiction. It's up to you to determine what the facts are in this case. Now, I'm going to get to the timeline here so you can understand just a little bit of how this is going to work, because there's so much evidence in this case that we have to sort of compartmentalize a bit. And what I've done is really sort of focused on the 3 detectives that work in this file from beginning to now. First detective you will hear about is Detective Becker. He works the file, he's the original detective on the scene. Detective Long takes over the case for about 10 years or so. And then it ends with Detective Long presents this in the grand jury in 2023. But why this timeline is relevant is you have to see the span of time for yourself. 30 years. And ask yourself this: what facts they have after 30 years? Now, Detective Decker does what every common detective does, but Because of the outcry, the attention, the media focus on this case, he took his file and he secured it in his office under lock because he was worried about leaks that go leaking information out to the public because so many people wanted to know answers to the question as to what happened in this Tupac. Now, what you're gonna find is with the technical because of this case that a lot of reports are missing. They're gone. Which is Metro's responsibility to hold and to pass on to the next detective and then finally to the next detective. Now, Detective Becker also did not trust Compton Wright Sr. He was a lieutenant working in Compton in charge of the gangs in Compton in terms of investigations. His son is Reggie Wright Jr. He was the head of security for Netco Records, the same security that was here in Las Vegas on the night of September 7th, 1996. Netco Records was affiliated with Compton and answered directly to Reggie Wright Sr. Becker did not trust the Compton gang. And one thing that he really didn't trust is that most of their information came from confidential informants that were not reliable. Because of his intuition, Compton was shut down in September 2002 to internal just evaporated that the police department and the sheriff's department for LA County of so responsibility to the police department because of Metro, LAPD, this is what's happening during this time period. Leads, according to Detective Duane, became very scarce and stale, meaning that it was just taking a long time for him to follow the people. Witnesses became unavailable. Why do you think that is? Because of time. So as a result, memories started failing and his challenges. 2009. Since that happened in here, just like Kate said, guess what happens? Detective Duane doesn't even know that he had actually spoken to a task force the year before. How is that possible? Metro is the agency responsible for the investigation of the Tupac Shakur's murder, and they don't even know about this. No one in that room in 2008 told Detective Duane or Metro. And you know who was in the room in 2008? It's not testimony under oath. It's edited and it's done for engineering purposes. He receives a copy of it. You know what happens when he receives that copy of the interview? The next one. Why? He writes a book allegedly. Right? Allegedly, he writes a book called Convoluted Legend in 2019. You know what happened to the book? Right? Which finest, no charges filed. Doesn't want to charge the case, no charges filed. When the interview happens, no charges filed. The book is written. What is going on? Nothing is going on with the case. But the detective law says he's closing it out. The detective law turns around and applies for what's called a search warrant. Now, what a search warrant is that in July of 2023, around that time period, the judge basically violated the sanctity and privacy of your home. Right? There's legal reasons for it. He's not really that process. He's got to ask permission of the judge in order to get that. And what he does in that search warrant application is he assures the judge, hey, what we are looking for is in the home. The thing that's going to help us solve this crime, who killed Tupac, is in the home. He signs an affidavit, and that's important. I want you to remember this. He signs an affidavit attesting to what he's saying to the judge to be true. Correct. What he says is, I think we have evidence that he needs a home that will solve the murder of Tupac. So there's one thing, all these statements they operate. So now they're saying we have evidence in his home that we think probably solve this case. And in the meantime, Mr. Mob goes to the grand jury. And in the grand jury, it's a secret proceeding. We're not there. The defense, isn't saying we'll go up to grand jurors. And you have people come up and testify at their own. There's really no way for the defense to challenge anything because it's not secret. We don't really know about it. But in this particular case, Mr. Mob is sworn to testify. You know what Mr. Mob does? He just reads pages of the book into the record. He doesn't do any more in terms of an investigation than read. He never documents in any of his efforts any verification of the book before he reads it into the record. He walks up, gets on the stand, and that's what he does. He treats that book like it's fact. Now, what you're going to find out about Mr. Mob is that he never wrote a report. So when he retired in 2023, he was in front of the grand jury, he never wrote a report. Not one time. Not like Detective Becker, and not like Detective Long, and not like any other police officer who does their job. This man never writes a report. In fact, what happens is he transitions, right? Like from detective, retires, and then he gets a job working as an That's what you have to really rely on. What exactly is he going to say? And can you even believe it? In addition to that, you're also going to learn about the disgraced LAPD detective by the name of Greg Katie. The state told you about him. You were told. He benefited off of what was happening with regards to TV. Now, Greg Katie, he stole the file. What you now learn is he actually stole the farm. He took the Tupac and the Nicki case files and ran it on that door. This is an LAPD practice that they are using for one of the people that they're going to be focusing on to establish their case. He writes the book, then he holds himself out as the person who solves the murder. That's Greg King. That's the LAPD practice. Now, what you also got to learn is Greg King, when he was a detective with LAPD, was basically caught manipulating witnesses. And because he was caught manipulating witnesses, it led to case being overturned. As a result, there was a full finding on this issue. The judge determined that. There we go. Your challenge is, right? We're sitting here. Like, how do you, as jurors, try to figure out time on this case? There's been so much time. Delays. Why hold up? And there's portion. How do you look at your information that you're receiving with anything more than just speculation, just like skepticism? Like you're gonna look at this stuff and like, whoa, I mean, you have a lot of time. You have a motive to tell or deceive. And it's because at the end of the day, there's not actually facts. You get past all the talk and talk about the just look at the actual facts. What facts do you have to support any of what QPD said or any of his interviews or in the book? When you look at this relative timeline again, and you see the length of time, ask yourself, what facts do they have to even put in the car in Las Vegas on September 7th, 1996? What facts? You look at the video that happened at the MGM. Look from try to find any of the other individuals. Remember, he said there's 3 individuals in the car. Romando's in the video. He picked it up. Finding any of the other individuals. Or somebody else who's sitting on the second row. But you should that fight. You better fight it. Versus the still. Ask yourself the question. End up being the wrong rate. Just that. The claim that
What I will be doing, I got it. Okay, to on now I D-Day that down in the once you I think that the prosecutor are they lacking? Can they prove Keffe was the murder for hire? It's gonna be very I gotta see this, y'all. So we're gonna start right here. I'm gonna skip it. Hold on. I'm gonna skip it. And I apologize with the coughing and stuff. My sinus bothers me. Okay, here we go, y'all. We back in court. And I'll take notes on this second half and ask y'all some questions. And I appreciate it if y'all can answer the questions later on. That'll help me, with my content. All right, here we are in part two, second half. Let me put part. Yeah, I'm gonna put part two.
That's before breaking the jury. All right, let's bring it in.
Keffe. Keep on on the head. No hair gonna grow. Hold on, y'all. Let me put this up. I'm gonna turn up Jerry Hill. Okay, let me turn up. Go sit down. Y'all move. Go sit down.
First name is Gary, Garry. Last name is Dale, Dale. September of 1996. I was working for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department at that time. How long did you work at work? 25 years total. September 7th of 1996. What was your assignment? I was assigned to a bike team, bicycles on the strip, Las Vegas Strip area. Is the uniform similar to the one they have today, where you're wearing yellow shirts, or you're wearing something? Yellow shirts and responded, no, we'll take care of it. So something like that. They were able to gather. Yeah, I couldn't get talking to you further than that. Approach photographs. Obviously, when an incident, well, let me back up. When an incident like this happens, there's first responders, but then there is detectives, crime analysts, everybody was called out. So, yes, sir. Showing you what's marked as grand jury exhibit number 4. You recognize the individual who appears to be inside that vehicle at that time? Yeah, Ford. Do you know what he did with the Metro? At the time, he was a detective. I was not there when that photograph was taken. But at the time, he was a detective. I'm not sure when he was homicide or general assignment or crime scene analyst, CSI. And I'm just going to show you a few other pictures of the vehicle itself. Station post exhibits 5 through 8. Just look through those. Okay. Then how the vehicle appeared to you when you first arrived on scene. Obviously, without people in it. Right. On the scene of the where it stopped in the boulevard. I And finally, while you were at UMC, did you collect some personal items off Mr. Singer? Yes. Showing you was the marked estate proposed exhibit number 33. You recognize that? Yes. What is it? That's the objects I removed from Tupac's occur. I counted those in evidence. There should be a property. Talk about that large gold chain in that photograph right there. The second time you came across Mr. Shakur, was he wearing that gold chain that's around his neck? No.
Sit down.
So you weren't able to recover that from him
Sit down.
at the hospital? No. I'm just going to put up a few of these photographs.
Sit down. Stop bothering me.
That's Mr. Ford appearing like he's inside that vehicle. Okay. 5. Front of the vehicle. Yes. Yes. Sorry, she's typing down everything, so you got to answer yes or no. That's the rear of the vehicle without the license plate still? Yes. Number 8 is the driver's side of the vehicle. Yes. And right on. Hold on. 7. That is what the passenger side of that vehicle looks like. Yes. Finally, for you, 33. Those are the items you were collected off Mr. Shakur at the hospital. Yes. If Mr. Sams has requested
Campbell, move.
CSA report, as Mr. Ford is not physically capable of coming to court to testify.
So that'll be a bit of new stipulation.
Yes.
What exhibit did you want?
Officers just made it next to the order of this whole
All right, that'll be admitted via stipulation as 143.
Thank you.
No problem.
Case how long had you worked for Metro until you? Like 13 years. And at the time when you were on the bicycle on September 7th, 1996, how long did you work for Metro at that point? Yeah, I thought, sorry, I thought that's what you asked. I started in '83, so it would have been right around 13 years. I see. And obviously, when you are first a police officer, you go through an academy before you become an actual police officer. You learn skill techniques and things to help you become a successful police officer. Yes. One of those things I would imagine would be writing reports. Yes. Now, fair to say though, in this particular case, what you had seen, what you had done was basically ask for their IQ, and at some point you just allowed them to be on their way. So there was no need to write a report on that. No. Okay. Did you write a report with regards to that stop? No. Okay. Now, when you were present at the scene and you saw the vehicle stop, do you know if any other vehicles were behind it? No, I did not see any other vehicles. Yeah, that's what I don't know. So there wasn't like a caravan or a line of vehicles behind the black BMW when you stopped the BMW? No. Can you describe for us a little bit about what the area was like on the night of September 7th, 1996? It was pretty average night for the strip as far as the amount of traffic flowing, things like that. Not particularly crowded or packed or anything like that. The area we stopped in had some lighting, but it was like right in front of a hotel or something. That has a lot of lighting on the area or anything like that. It's, nothing out of the ordinary. So there was nothing out of the ordinary as to that particular date and time in terms of any special events going on in Las Vegas at that particular time. I'm sorry, there was always something going on the strip. So I heard anything going on that night, but I really didn't. I was really aware of them. Were you ever aware that on that particular night there was a championship boxing match between Mike Tyson and himself that was being held in the MGM? Yes. All right. And I would venture to say that would be something that would have been briefed to all police officers prior to you going on your shift that night. No, we didn't talk about it. All right. And then with regards to the amount of traffic, you're saying that even though this championship fight had taken place, in your opinion, there wasn't a lot of traffic on the street. Not more than ordinary. Okay. And when you say not more than ordinary, can you describe for us what that means exactly? Well, the strip is always pretty crowded, or was at that time, so that's why they had us out there on bicycles, because we could get in between in and out of cars. So I guess when we conducted the car stop, over they would be able to just take off on us. Right? That's the best description I have. That's why we rode bikes out there. So there was always traffic in that area. It was always congested over there. Okay, that's fine with us, everybody, right? It's still congested for Las Vegas. Yes. But it's normal for Las Vegas. Just congested. Yes, sir. Okay. So it wasn't like, for instance, I don't know if you were around Las Vegas in 2020 when you could just take your bicycle and just ride down Las Vegas Boulevard with like no one around, right? It's not that right. It's not like that. All right. And when you say congested, meaning that cars are not going very fast because there's always cars around in that area. Yes. Okay. Now, in addition to that, your testimony was that you had arrived on scene, and then at some point you're actually in the ambulance with Mr. Sherman. Yes. Being transported to the hospital. Yes. And the hospital you were going to was UMC. It was UMC. Okay. Now, when a police officer first arrives on scene, is that police officer considered to be the primary officer until such time as they are relieved of their of that duty? Ordinarily, yes. Were you the primary officer at that particular scene? I don't really remember. There were so many of us that showed. A lot of officers showed up there pretty quickly. Right. Now, I mean, you have a pretty clear memory of this. Did you review any records or have any meetings with the district attorney's office prior to your testimony here today? Yes, I did. I reviewed the records. Okay. And once again, you do that so it'll help you refresh your recollection as to what occurred 30 years ago. Yes. Okay. Even though this might be something that's unusual, right? You have a celebrity who's shot on the strip. You still have to refresh your recollection in order to get the case. Some of it, yes. Yeah. And once again, you're doing that so you make sure for this jury that you're accurate about what you recall 30 years ago. Yes. Okay. Now, in addition to that, you were showing a map, and I'm going to show you again here. This is States Exhibit number 1. See this? Yes. Okay, can you tell me, this map, do you know if this map was the actual map in 1996 of the Las Vegas area? No. Okay, you're smart. It's a long time ago. It changes so much down there. Yeah. So we know that this is a map of Las Vegas. Yes. But you cannot tell us, for instance, if this is 1996. No, I cannot tell you. So, for instance, on the top over here, this doesn't look like the sphere, does it? No. Does it? No. Okay, sorry. And then down over here, does this look like T-Mobile or anything like that, as far as you can tell? No. Okay. Now, and once again, I just want to make sure I'm clear for this jury. This particular map, as it sits here right now, as it's here, for instance, we have like what looks like down here at the bottom, I'm pointing where the MGM label is right here. Do these look like bridges or walk bridges over the streets? Can't really tell. Just scroll here quick. Does that help you? Yeah, they do look like walk bridges. And fair to say that those walk bridges in 1996, people were still walking on streets crossing, like pedestrian crosswalks, right? I'm trying to recall. I couldn't honestly recall. Yeah, I remember them taking the crosswalks out and putting those walkways in. Right. I remember when they did that, and I don't remember the year they did it. And once again, I'm not trying to. It's not a catch up. No, I understand. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I don't want to say something that I can't be sure of, but I remember when I was down there working, they no longer allowed traffic to put across the strip because of all of the accents that we had. So they put those walkways in when I was still working. Right. Okay. Now, just finally here, with regards to the when you're riding on the strip and you're riding with your with the other person that's with you, you said at some point you were made aware that there was shooting that occurred. And the radio traffic indicated that the vehicle can stop. Remember that line of questioning? Yes. Okay, can you tell us just really quickly here, based upon States Exhibit number 1? Once again, we're not looking at it in terms of an accurate 1996 view, but just in terms of the streets. Can you tell us where you were at when you took off to wherever the vehicle was? How was it like? I couldn't really tell you where we were because my memory serves me. It was called out
Secret who?
Stokes, INGRIDSTOKES. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Coordinators.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Stokes. Back in 1996, you gave me a different last name.
It was Johnson.
Okay, so you were by Ingrid Johnson out of that. So yes.
Yes.
Did you come to Las Vegas on the weekend of September 2nd, 1996?
Yes.
Who'd you come with?
My best friend and some girlfriends.
And can you tell me who they were?
Shalane, Tanisha, and Lori.
And why'd you come to Las Vegas that weekend?
Well, when you live in LA, you go to Vegas all the time. It's just a great city. So we decided to go for the weekend. We were all out of work. So we went to go hang out, have fun.
And were you aware? Well, first, let me take a step back. So you guys were living in LA at the time?
Yes.
What part of LA?
I'm maybe living at my dad's, which is great.
And then you came out for the purposes to party. Were you aware that there was a Mike Tyson fight that weekend?
Yes, that's one of the reasons. There was always a Mike Tyson fight. But we were coming because my friend knew one of the managers, her coaches, I think was involved, and we planned on going to the fight.
Did you end up going to the fight?
No.
What happened?
Women in the bathroom, 4 women in the bathroom did not work. We took too long. We missed the fight completely.
And so, where were you staying that night?
I believe we were at the Lexor, or the Rio, but I think it was the Lexor.
Okay. And then, did you ever actually make it to the MGM where the fight was?
We made it to the let out, is what I call it, because the fight was already over, so everyone was kind of hanging out. So we went to see what was going on for the night.
And you hang out there for a while?
I don't remember, but it would have been a neat drink or two.
So, what did you do after hanging out at the MGM Grand?
Well, we had met one of my friends, and they had mentioned there was somewhere they were going to go, so we decided, okay, we'll go there first and see what's happening before we decide where we're going to end the night. So we all got back in our car, the rented car we took from LA, and drove.
And did you recall what kind of car that was?
It was a convertible Supreme.
And did all four of you go into the car?
Yes, I'm working for the car.
And what happened when you guys started driving?
That's a loaded question. A lot happened. We got in the car. I believe we left the MGM parking lot, and then we went to the main street, Las Vegas Boulevard, I guess. And we were driving, and I believe we were, I don't know, about 15, 10 minutes after leaving the parking lot, and then we ran into Suge and Tupac in the car.
When you say you ran into them, what that looked like?
Well, we were driving, hanging out in the convertible, and my girlfriend Lauren at the time, she knew Suge. She told us, "Hey, there's Suge. Pull up next to him and ask them what they're doing." And so Shalane was driving. She slowed up.
So you said Shalane was the driver.
Yes,
Where were you seated?
I was a passenger. Front.
Front passenger. Shalane's driving. You're on the front passenger. The other two women are in the back seat.
Yeah, Tanisha's behind me, and then Lauren is behind the driver.
After all these years, you still know.
Well, yeah, some things you don't forget. You got one.
And so then when you start driving, when you see Suge, your friend starts talking to Suge, what happens?
They were talking, and she was like, "What's going on? What's happening?" We look over, and we pull up to the car, and we kind of nod or say hello, that kind of thing. But we were in our own little world. While she was talking to me, said, "Hey, we're all going to the club. Won't you follow us? Get behind us, and go with us." And so that was decided we'll go there first and see what's happening before we go anywhere else.
So do you follow, do you remember who's driving and who's the passenger side?
Suge was driving, and
so, do you recall the name of that club?
It was an area code, so I remember it was 662 or 702, but now I know it's 662.
And then what did you do? Did you guys start driving over to the
We got behind them and we started driving down the Las Vegas Strip. And it was weird because there was a car behind us and they kept going around us trying to get in front of us. It happened quite often. It was really annoying. We didn't understand what was going on. And then at one point we were getting ready to turn to go on the main street. I guess Flamingo was on, or Flamingo, I think is what it's called. When we turned that way, I was like, what the heck is going on? People keep getting in front of us. I know how to get to the club. Let's figure out our own way. I can drive and we can meet them up here. And so our plan was to get out from behind them.
So you were confused by the way the cars were moving?
Yeah, I didn't understand. In hindsight, I know now, but I didn't understand there was an entourage. I just thought, they were going to a club. I just didn't think about it.
And then at some point,
To the light, I tell Shalane, pull over. I'll drive. I know we're going. I've been there before. So we pull from around them, and then we stop at the light. And
before when you guys are stopped at the light, where is your car relative to Suge Knight's and Tupac Shakur's car?
So I believe there was 4 lanes, a turning lane, the lane next to it, the middle, and then there was one for like outside lane. So they were on the 3rd lane, I believe, and when we got off the lane behind them, we got out and we went past. And I think we were a car or 2 on the 2nd lane from the light.
And so were you behind or in front of Suge Knight's car?
We were in front.
So you're in the lane next over a car, maybe 2 in front.
Yeah.
And while you're waiting at that light, does anything happen?
Well, me and Shalane were going to change seats. I was going to drive. I'm the more aggressive driver. After what, she was nervous with them coming back in front of us so much. So me and Shalane were literally head down, taking our seatbelts off when we heard the gunshots.
And to be fair, you didn't see those gunshots.
No.
And then what do you do when you hear the gunshots?
I freak out and I scream, what the hell? And then Shalane is kind of half up, half down, and so I grab her head to bring her down. And I was like, what the hell is going on? And then she has her hand on the wheel, but she's like frozen. And so I don't remember how many gunshots there were, honestly. But I know I put the car in drive, and I told her to get the hell out of here drive. And so I made her grab the wheel, like I said, I'm very aggressive. And from that, she tried to drive off.
And then did you see the color of the vehicle?
Yeah, so we almost hit the car. When we were trying to drive off, there was a car in the lane, that last lane, that was the turn lane. And it was a white 4-door. I can't tell you what kind, but I know it was like whitish. And we almost hit it. We were trying to get away.
Were you trying to proceed with the white car?
Just want to get away.
And then where did you guys go? Did you turn off? Did you follow them turning off?
We turned off. We turned the only way we could turn because it was a light, a red light, which was down that first street past. And then we turned right. We were just driving fast. There still might be gunshots. I can't speak for anyone else in the car, but it was a lot going on. It was a lot of adrenaline. And then the first street we saw that was on the left.
Now, it's fair to say you didn't see who was in the car, right?
No, we didn't look.
But did you go back to where the shooting occurred?
Yes, I did.
Were you nervous about talking about what happened?
I didn't think I had anything valuable to say, to be honest. So I wasn't nervous initially because I just was like, we came back because I wondering what happened because we left, so we didn't know. We didn't look around. We didn't see anything. We just left. And so when we came back, we saw there were a lot of police presence, and I wasn't a big fan of the police at the time. So it's not like I want to stop officer made us sit on the ground on the sidewalk in front of everybody. People, cars were, I think, they've been passing, so it was kind of an odd situation where they were like kind of rude to us, and then they're treating us like we're suspects, but they didn't know what happened. And so they said, we need you guys, eyewitnesses, we need you guys to come downtown or in a van for you guys to come, and had us sit there. I can ask a lot of questions, but
It's hard to be here. Is there this fear about talking in this kind of case?
absolutely, yes.
Why is that?
Snitches, get bitches, I'm saying. Not the police, but yeah, talking to police is not a thing we do in our culture anyway. No, like it's not a normal thing. So there was that, especially in the 90s, 80s. There was multiple reasons why, but I didn't see anything, so I was kind of limbo. Like I didn't see anything. I didn't think I'd been official. And then I don't know. I was gonna offer some assistance when I could, because I may have had more memory back then. I may have heard the number of gunshots. I may have had more, but the police treated us so bad that it's kind of we start shutting down. So like if someone did it, they could come by and see us sitting on the ground. They can see we're sitting here telling people, even though we're not saying anything. So it's just a really bad situation.
And is it fair to say that that was something that also would scare you, is that somebody was seeing you talking?
Absolutely.
I'm just not with a lawyer question. She's with the foundation too. Is it fair or unfair to say that you were concerned about people seeing you talking to police?
Yes.
Thank you. I would imagine you've never testified before about this particular situation.
No, I don't agree.
Yeah, okay, so you went to the grand jury. And, in regards to your testimony, you were in front of the grand jury. Did you meet with the district attorney's office prior to giving that testimony to the grand jury?
Not except outside the door when I got into the courthouse. Coming in the door of the grand jury.
I see. And with regards to that testimony, did you review any documents, records, anything like that, in preparation for your testimony before the grand jury? All right. Now, asking you again for today, did you review any documents in preparation for your testimony here in front of this jury?
I looked at the grand jury testimony that I said.
Okay. Now, when this thing had occurred, I would imagine it would have been a very traumatic experience for you. At some point, you go back to LA. Is that yes?
Yes.
That's all right. It's just for the record. When you go back to LA, did you ever just sort of keep on top of it, like in terms of like articles that come out in magazines, anything like that at all?
No, we didn't talk about that night for decades. We used to talk about it.
Okay. Now, did you ever at any point capture what you had remembered in a journal or anything like that?
I did a documentary, a couple of documentaries. Yes, years. Like 20 years later.
I see. And in preparation for those documentaries, what did you use to refresh your recollection right there?
Talking to my girlfriend. I mean, more talk and try to remember pieces that I could.
Right. And your girlfriend was also present in the scene when it happened.
Yes,
as well.
she was driving.
I see. Now, just to describe us a little bit that night, you're driving in a convertible Sebring,
Yes.
and yeah, I would assume that the top was falling down.
The top was
Okay. And the weather that night, was it raining?
no.
Can you describe it for the jury what the weather was like that night?
It was Vegas in September. It probably, I mean, I'd be guessing, but I know what it was. It wasn't raining. It could have been a cloudy sky, but I wouldn't remember that. So it wasn't bad.
Yeah.
No, we didn't have any jackets. We had designer clothes. That's why I was mad. I had to sit on the curb. But no, it was a nice cool evening. So I would probably say in the 70s, 80s.
All right. But obviously, among the four girls, no jackets or anything that would indicate that it was cold that night.
Yes, no.
Now, in addition to that, your testimony was that you had pulled up alongside Shipwright's vehicle.
Yes.
Now, I noticed that you were given a map. Did you ever for us a little bit about where the cars were. If I were to give you a piece of paper, can you draw it for us just a little bit better so we can have a better view?
I can try.
Okay. Got my head broke.
What am I drawing exactly?
If you can draw for us where on that night where Como was. And just for the record, you're writing Como. Is it for the horizontal line or the vertical?
It is the horizontal line.
Okay. So that's Como. And then can you draw for us where Shug's vehicle was when you pulled up to it?
We were behind it.
Okay.
So it would have been, it's going to make lanes and like don't quote me, it could be off by one, of course. So I'll say this on Shug and we were behind. So this was, I'm going to put I for me. And then we moved and went to right here. So this is where we end up parking. I'm not parking, but I stopped at the red light.
That's fine. And just for the record, you have the mark that S. That would assume that would be for Shug's vehicle.
Yes.
And then there's another I. It looks like right there. That would be for your vehicle.
Yes.
And then you have an arrow pointing to the next level where the I is now at.
Yes, that's what it is.
Okay, great. And then when the shots, when you're, I guess, trying to change scenes, can you tell us where you were at that point?
You mean in the car?
Well, not in the car, but where the car was.
It was here when the shots happened. And when we were trying to flee, trying to this lane to go around. That's what we ended up doing eventually.
I see. So when the shots were fired, you were still in that I.
The eye, yes.
And then you pulled off going to Como.
Yes.
Okay. Now this area right here, what is this? Street is that?
What do you mean? This flamingo? No, this is flamingo, I'm assuming. I'm guessing, like I said, I'm bad at direction. Places I still go to that. And then here was like a gas station or something right there. And then here was where we turned off right, which is where that first leg was. So I don't know if that was
From you, what's been marked and now So where you had the Como was actually the state of Como, is that right? And you have Flamingo, which would be the other street that's going vertical down that's exhibit A.
yes.
And then on the corner it would be one of the corners there's a gas station.
Yes.
Now over here in this test, that would be what we would call a Shug's vehicle.
Yes.
And then you were directly behind that vehicle.
Yes.
And you pulled up, and that's the arrow pointing up to the next lane over, and that's where you were at, right next to Shug's vehicle.
In front of, not next. That's why.
I see. So you're slightly in front of Shug's vehicle. Was there another vehicle over here in front of Shug's vehicle?
I'm assuming yes, because we weren't at the front of the line. So yes, maybe two.
I see. Maybe two vehicles, but presuming that there would be at least a vehicle in front of Shug's vehicle.
At least two, I'd say, because there was one in front of me.
Okay. And then this lane over here is what turning lane.
Yeah. Didn't say, but yes.
And so at some point when the shots were ringing out, you just immediately just gassed the car, made a right hand turn on.
Yeah, into the turning lane.
Okay. And your testimony here right now, right, is that the top was down, but you didn't see.
No, I was looking down because I was initially changing my seat. So I thought I was all face down.
And when you pulled off and you made that right hand turn, did anyone shoot at you?
Probably. I honestly don't know. There was a lot of gunshots.
Sure. Did any, after the event had occurred, did you ever observe any bullets
okay, looking like it was no conversation.
Right. And when that was happening, did any of your people yell out, Tupac, Tupac, anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Oh my gosh, it's Tupac.
No.
So during that time period, as you're over here behind Chuck's vehicle or next to it, did you ever see? Can you describe what Tupac was doing?
When we pulled up on the side of him and she was talking to Shug, he was relaxed, like sitting in the chair, sitting in the passenger seat, and Shug was relaxed talking to Lauren. Nothing, like there was no engagement.
Okay, so as you're sitting there and you pull up, Tupac was not hanging out the window and doing something out of the window.
Absolutely not. No.
Okay. His torso was not sitting on top of the window yelling to his fans, Tupac, Tupac.
No, there was no fans on. They were just driving in the car, listening to music like we were.
All right. And during that time period, when you were here during this time period, there's a red light
Yes.
preventing you from moving forward. And once again, go back to Defense Exhibit A. There's no green light allowing traveling to move in the direction of goal.
No.
Okay, so everyone was stopped at that point. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Do you have one? Okay. So what I'll need you to do is write your juror number on the question, and then write the question on a full sheet of paper, and then hand it to my marshal when you're done.
Keffe.
Questions from anyone else? Okay, perfect. I am pretty stretched.
Those who just tuned in, this is Tupac. We call him Tupac trial, murder trial. Keffe D. Back in my days, that's why you need older people around, because Keffe D is 63. I'm 67. And look how good we look. So older people can be in trial to save your life. So you need the old folks, honey. Shout out to the older people. Look at, I can still remember what happened. Look how good I look.
All right. One question from our juror. Could you gauge what direction the shots were coming? No. Any follow-up?
Sorry, I'm not saying
Still no. State any follow-up based on that question.
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any follow-up based on that question?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
I couldn't hear the question. Keffe is 63.
Sir, we prepare to take a lunch break. Okay, sounds good. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our lunch break at this time during the
Okay. Let's go over what we picked up overall. What I probably do is go ahead on and read all of it after. But I didn't get the question that he asked her. And I'm the type like this, y'all. I like to find out. I don't like to get a transcript. I like to get my answers on my questions and answers on my own. But this here goes with old people. You need old people. No old people's too old to be. I don't know. And you need old people on the internet because we are judges and police officers, firemen, Turks, all that stuff. You're gonna need us, cause see, we look at me. I can still tell you about Tupac. Them, yes, ma'am, and yes, sir. Okay, y'all. Let me see. Hold on, y'all. Y'all believe it or not, I'm Keffe D 63. I'm 4 years older than Keffe D. Shoot, we look good to be an out sister. I don't know what y'all talking about. Shoot, ain't nobody old. Need the old people on YouTube and on social media because we already worked, did our time and everything. So what I'm gonna do, y'all, is go over later on after we finish. I am take this is my notes. I don't want to look at no transcripts. I want my understanding. So I can think got a little bit more to go. So let me skip this because I'm ready to eat myself. Fry me some chicken. Want me some chicken. Key for D. I bet he be telling some jokes. Oh yeah, Carly. I want to write the name Carly. That'll be one question I need to ask y'all.
All right, Mr. Becker, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to have my partner swear you. Please raise your
Yes,
right
ma'am.
hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
May I please have you state and spell your name for the record?
Brent Becker, BRENTBECKER. Sir,
Sorry. Go ahead.
you're retired. You're retired, is that correct? Yes, sir. What'd you do for a living before you retired? I was a police officer for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. And how long years were you with Metro? I was there from 1984 to 2011. And in September of 1996, what was your assignment? I was a detective with the homicide section. Do you recall how long you'd been with homicide when you in 1996? I got into homicide, I think it was November of 1994. Did you have a partner in 96? Yes, it was Mike Franks. And who was your sergeant? Kevin Manning. Hold on a second. All right. It's going to work on the idea. Can you still hear me? Yes, sir. Okay. On September 7th, or I guess technically it's September 8th of 1996, did you get called out for a shooting that happened, ultimately determined to be happened in Flamingo and Coco? Yes, Sergeant Manning called me. It was about 12:30 in the morning, and I was asleep, so it would have been September 8th. And so it was around 12:30. So by the time I got up, got dressed, and got there, it was probably about 1 o'clock in the morning on the 8th. And when you say you got there, what scene did you go to? Initially, from what I recall,
that's where general assignment and everybody was at to get debriefed on things and get some of the notes. And then, from what I recall, I went over to Flamingo and Cobalt to kind of look at the scene, but they had some witnesses from the car that supposedly was directly behind Suge Knight and Tupac's car back at Harmon and the Boulevard that I needed to interview.
We talk a little bit, first of all, Tupac Shakur is still alive on February 1996, correct?
That's what I was told. He had already been transported. He was not at the scene when I got there.
Is it somewhat unusual for homicide to be involved in a situation where there isn't a deceased victim?
That was very unusual, and normally we don't get called out, at least at that time, we didn't get called out unless there was a deceased victim. So it was unusual. I think when we arrived at the scene, we were told that because of the nature of who the victim was, general assignment wanted us to come out to it.
Let me ask you, from a first responder today, back in those days, what was general assignment? What does that mean?
General assignment was in essence, the night detectives. They were swing shift and graveyard shift. So they were the night detectives that if something needed a detective to respond, they were the ones that got called out to the scene.
So they would have been at the scene before you, and then they made a determination along with, I assume, the command staff that homicide should be called out to this investigation.
Correct. Actually, uniformed officers would have been the first people called to the scene of anything. And if they heard the call, they may have been responding, but they would have gone out, assessed the scene, and passenger door, the right front door, the right front passenger door. I believe there was some sort of a mark or impact on the windshield. Those were the strikes that you could see. It was you couldn't tell if anything had been astray of any kind.
So, at your scene, you have bullets being shot from south to north into the passenger side of Shogun Tupac's car, but you have no idea how many actual bullets are fired because you can only see the strikes that you're in the car.
Correct. All I could see is what the actual impacts are. That doesn't mean that's how many shots were fired. That's just how many struck the vehicle.
And I think we have another witness who's going to testify to this later, but there are a number of casings, or cartridge cases, extended cartridge cases, that ultimately get collected from the southbound lanes of Flamingo right before Coca-Cola. Is that correct?
Yes, without seeing the report, I know that there were fired cartridge cases recovered from the street. I do recall that the number of fired cartridge cases recovered from the street did not match the number of impact strikes on the vehicle, which would have been surprising considering what traffic probably was on Flamingo on a Saturday night and probably the delay of anybody arriving there, at least from law enforcement.
What happens when, in your experience as a detective, there's a bunch of cartridge cases laying in a busy street and cars driving through? What can happen to those cartridge cases?
Well, especially prior to the uniform officers getting there, cars are driving over them. They're either getting caught within the tread of the tire only some girls later on that had been at the scene.
Now, during the course of this, you mentioned Frank Alexander. Do you know what Frank Alexander's responsibility was that night? The part behind
Frank Alexander said he was Tupac Shakur's bodyguard.
and Fula Fula? I'm not using
Fula and Greenidge and Qatari Cox were supposed to be part of the Outlaws. I guess it's like the group. I don't know if you call them a band, but the part of the group that performed with Tupac Shakur.
And those are the only four that stuck around by the time you got there and you were able to take statements from.
I believe they were the only four, plus I know there were a couple other guys that are mentioned in the report. I think Kevin Woods was one of them. And I think they must have got stopped by General to U-turn to flee or drive away and ended up in Highway to the Boulevard. Everybody else was gone.
Want to fast forward a little bit. Did you learn of an incident that occurred at the MGM casino shortly after the Tyson Sullivan fight?
We eventually learned that. No one claimed that night, but yes, there was a videotape that came about and information about a fight that was caught on videotape where the person was kicked and beaten down by Suge Knight and a bunch of other people in that group. Tupac Shakur within the group. And Frank Alexander was off in the side.
When you learned about that, did Metro initially know the identity of the victim of that beating?
The only thing we had, I believe, was the first name of Orlando. One of the officers that was at the fight that night, I think they were working off duty because we also saw some video where they talked to the person. He was wearing a football jersey, and I don't believe there was a written down ID where the ID was obtained, but the first name of Orlando was on there. That was all we had at that time.
Did you make efforts to talk to Suge Knight?
I know that night at the hospital, Detective Franks attempted to, he said, and then I know that for several 2 to 3 days after that, we attempted to, and finally were able to get him in and conducted an interview with him.
How did that come about? How did Suge Knight bring up at Metro?
Well, the first couple of attempts weren't very successful, put it this way. He didn't want to come, he didn't come in. In fact, I think one time he was supposed to come in, he didn't show up. And the night he did, I think it was 3 nights after, it would be in the report. When he did arrive, he showed up with David Kenner, David Chesnoff, and George Calisis, who were all 3 attorneys who were his representatives, which we thought was weird because Suge Knight was a victim. I think Reggie Wright Jr. might have been out in the lobby waiting, and then that's when we were finally able to
Yeah, that's
conduct a
weird.
taped interview of Suge Knight with his 3 attorneys present.
And what were your questions from that interview?
Suge Knight was not the Suge Knight I expected. Everything, we had done a lot of research in the short time we had been involved, and Suge Knight was not a very timid person in the previous interviews we had seen of him. He was a very sheriffs came down to exchange information, and that's when we showed them the videotape from the MGM.
And once you showed them the videotape from the MGM, were they able to identify for you, first of all, who Orlando was?
They immediately recognized Orlando Anderson. They told us that's Orlando Anderson.
And do they also identify some of the people that are with Suge that you didn't know might have been with Suge?
They recognized Suge Knight. I think they did by monikers, if I remember right. There might have been names. I think Buntry was in the picture, the guy named Buntry. There may have been some others that would, again, it would be on the report because we did document all this. Tremont Lane doesn't sound familiar. They ended up identifying a bunch of people because we ended up getting a substantial amount of information from them.
Does there come a point in time when they let you know that basically there's something happening in Compton that might be really indicative of who may have killed Tupac?
Well, we learned that they had a series of shootings occurring in Compton and getting a lot of information from informants that was interesting to us. The problem was it was all from informants. We didn't have any actual people that would come forward and testify. So it was information we could use, but we didn't have any witnesses that would be willing to talk to us. It was all hearsay to us.
And before I get too far into the time you go to Compton the first time, were you able to identify where their entourage was staying at the Luxor?
Well, yeah, we knew that after the beatdown at the MGM, they had all gone because the MGM security had videotaped or filmed going through the casino and exiting, and we got information that they went over to the Luxor where they had rooms because we observed or saw that they had changed clothes and were meeting down there for some vehicles where they had left to go to Suge Knight's house there in Las Vegas.
Judge, I have on my hand a certified record from Luxor of reservations of 124 right offer. Objection. So you mentioned something that I guess I should get to. MGM, go to the Luxor. talked about this before. That warrant, had you seen a copy of the affidavit for that warrant?
Yes. I saw one way back in '96, and I think I've seen one here recently that you showed me that kind of refreshed my memory.
And within that, all of the witnesses are identified as CRIs. You know what what they were called CRIs?
What I was told is that it was called a confidential, reliable informant. I don't recall any person being named as a testifying witness to anything. It was all based on reliable informant, confidential, reliable informants that the search warrant was being based on, which I guess in some cases that's not unusual. I know narcotics cases do that quite often. But eventually, if you're going to successfully prosecute a case, you need to have somebody willing to testify.
Well, on October 2nd of 1996, were you present on Burris Ave when Orlando Anderson's residence was, when the police hit it and searched that residence?
I can't tell you if I was Burris Avenue. I remember being somewhere where Orlando Anderson was arrested, yes.
And during that, did you find out information as to where Orlando Anderson was staying when he was in Las Vegas?
Well, yeah, we kind of had an idea before that, but then when he was arrested, we kind of confirmed that he had been staying at the Excalibur Hotel. We knew he'd been in Vegas because we had him on videotape, but yes.
Judge, I have in my hand state's proposed exhibit number 125, of certified record of the Excalibur.
Don't be staring at the jury, Keffe.
Okay, now I'm trying my best here to share my screen with you and see if we can show you just one little portion of this particular record. Are you seeing my screen at all?
I see you. I don't see a document. Oh, wait a minute. It just flipped.
You see that document now?
Yeah, I do. Affidavit of Custodian of Records.
We roll down here to page 2.
Okay, it's a receipt from Excalibur.
And I'm gonna zoom in here, maybe. Search button. There we go.
I see some writing down there. Yeah, okay, it zoomed.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get to that writing now that I've zoomed in.
Okay,
So on page
all right.
2 here, there's some handwriting on there.
That's the Stardust of Monte Carlo.
You recognize that handwriting?
That's my handwriting.
So how does that handwriting wind up on this record? What do you do?
Well, without seeing a report, I wrote it on there. There's no doubt that I wrote it on there. The question is why I wrote it on there. Dated September 8th,
don't know why he wrote it. You wrote it.
Says their local calls, and I put Stardust for one phone number, which and the Monte Carlo for the other phone number.
That suggests to you were looking to see who Orlando Anderson, what other hotels he was calling.
I'm wanting to see what the phone calls are, and the Stardust call is at 9:41. It should be 9 if it's correct. 0941 is 9:41 a.m. and then Monte Carlo is at 0946, and then right after that is the Stardust again at 0947. Again.
Now, there's been some discussion, and I guess we'll get to that when we get a little bit further, but why don't we address some of that now? Was there a problem at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department of information related to your investigation being leaked publicly?
Well, I became aware that there may have been some information being leaked. I couldn't say who specifically was doing it, but to the point that in our office we had shelves not behind my desk, but there were some shelves. And once this case continued and the nature of who the victim was, especially when he passed away, there seemed to be a lot of interest in it, outside interest, especially with the media. And I became concerned about it, so I started locking my case files in my desk because I didn't want them to be available. Because I left things on my desk, and a couple times I found things different than when I left them, and it just bothered me. So that's why I locked them up.
Did there come a point in time when you started saving your reports to a different type of medium than just a computer?
Well, yes, there were some reports that I ended up not sending off to records because I was putting them on what we had then was called a floppy disk. I guess today they've got a lot different, because we actually did some, I still don't know where they are. We did a pen register early on that I guess nobody could find. We did. We went looking for a vehicle on another guy that nobody could find. There's just a lot of things that disappeared. And some of our reports that were before I even put them on floppy disk. So, yeah. There, I had some concerns.
Were you aware that some Metro employees sold a Polaroid of Tupac on the autopsy table to the Daily Mail?
I was after we did the autopsy, I was outside the autopsy room. I cannot say that I saw a person take the Polaroid photo of Tupac Shakur to the autopsy room, and I don't remember how long after that it was published by Keffe Scott. It was a Polaroid photo of his body. It wasn't one of our photos of his body from the autopsy. It was quite obvious it was a Polaroid photo afterwards, because it was not a full photograph that we took. We didn't take a
Hey,
Needless to say, there All right, Detective, I'm going to try and do this. Change the screen for you and now put 126 up on the screen. The screen sharing has stopped. Put it up first and then. I'm going to go back to you and share. Can you see that now?
Now I do. There's a little delay, but it's a affidavit of custodian of records again.
Now this is the Monte Carlo, and I'm going to jump down to the first page. There's a name, Corey Edwards.
Corey Edwards.
1301 East Sloan.
Okay.
It looks like he arrived and departed the Friday night before, the Friday the 6th into Saturday the 7th of September of 96. You see that on the right side?
I see that.
And I'm going to roll down here. A few pages in. See, I can zoom in a little bit here for you.
No, I can see the writing. The Excalibur. Well, go back.
Yeah, I gotta go back.
Yeah, it's zoomed too much.
There you go.
Okay, it's Excalibur, Sahara, and Luxor. No, that's my handwriting.
And so does that suggest to you that you took this record, checked to see
Where are those phone numbers?
the local phone numbers are being called on it?
Get in there. Just to cover our bases. We had particular people we were looking at, but we wanted to cover the basis of everybody that come up.
So these notes, this is page 1, page 2, and then on the bottom, page 3 has names of the people that are in each of those positions.
Those are the lineup records, yes.
So it shows on March 17th of 1997, you would have created the photo lineup record that's your name down there.
Yes.
And this one, the suspect is number 6, Duane Davis.
Yeah, and I guess I probably spelled his name wrong.
And if we go to picture number 6,
That's Duane Davis. He's younger. I mean, obviously, it's been a long
30
time.
years ago, right?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Now we have a theory as to who was in this vehicle.
We had an idea from information. We
me start with the log for you. Then we're going to go back to the other ones. Let me look the log first. I'm sure there's more technical. DeAndre Smith.
DeAndre Smith, who is a guy that we think was in the backseat with Orlando Anderson.
Now I'm going to go to the DeAndre. And he'd be in position number 3, correct? Oh, wait, you can't see it. I didn't share it with you yet.
No, it doesn't popped up yet, so.
Let me share it with you. If your log has him in position number 3, that'd be him in number 3,
That
correct?
face kind of looks familiar, and that number 15 would be my writing, so this is one of the later photos. Yes. And this is definitely one of the later photos. This is one we had early on.
So now I want to go to photo lineup that you wrote as number 1, which is Speaks Exhibit number 76. I have to stop the share time. Here on number 2, and then share it with you here. The person there in number 2, that appears to be DeAndre Smith, correct?
Yes. That's probably an early photo because what I'm looking at, I think, is probably, I don't know if those were California DMV photos or what, because from what I recall, we had to cut the pictures out because the backgrounds were all different colors, and we were trying not to make different colors on the photo lineup, so we didn't come into conflict down the road with anybody. I think Mr. Sam would agree. You have a yellow, red, blue that causes issues. So that's why we did this. And this is all we had that was available at the time.
So I want to roll down here. The weird thing about this record is
Number 6 didn't have a name.
number 6 didn't have a name, but also number 2, even though it's a picture of DeAndre Smith, the record you have is Andre Norton. Is that possibly an 8K for Mr. Smith?
Probably. We're talking what, 97? Yeah. Andre Norton. I'd have to look at his rap sheet. I don't know. But because there's no ID number over there, that's probably what it is. Because usually if there's an ID number, that's a Metro thing. And DeAndre Smith got whatever they had, because I don't think he had a history with Las Vegas.
Now, as I go through each of these photo lineups that you have, let's go to number 2, which is we roll down here. I guess I should share it for you so you know what I'm talking about. We roll down here, and position number 3 is Orlando Anderson. Is that right?
Okay. Right?
And position number 3 is Orlando.
Yes.
Keffe, that's your nephew. Ooh, Lord have mercy.
I'm going to share with you 78. And then show you down at the bottom.
They were finished.
Darnell Brent's in position number 1. And when I saw the picture, it looked like him up in the, something about the faces that kind of remember. That's Darnell Brent. That would be Darnell Brent. Let's go to number 4.
Who are you looking for, Snoop Dogg?
Number 10, we roll up here. In position number 5, we have Jerry Bonds. Correct. Yes.
Some of my boys deceased.
Number 5. Number 5, we roll down on the bottom, which is State's Exhibit number 80. Davion Brooks. Davion Brooks in position number 5. We roll up here. That's Davion Brooks in position number 5. Yeah. That's the potentially young kid based upon what you said that caused you guys to do the pen and all those other things. He's the guy who did the pen register on, yes. Number 6. And this will be State's Exhibit number 81. I'm going to share it with you. Now, here, David Keith is in position number 1. So that would be David Keith. Yes. And the reason we put the tape on there is I think those are probably ID numbers or something. So we're again trying not to create problems with the different photos or something. I think, I don't know, this is covered them up to lessen the conflict. You learned in the course of investigation that Mr. Keith worked at MGM, which meant he must have worked at ergo, he must have a photo. At a minimum, he had a work card, yes.
Excuse me.
Number 82. Roll down. 82, and spot number 5 is Kevin Davis. Kevin Davis, yeah. Number 5 is photograph of Kevin Davis. Okay. Yes. And your understanding was that Mr. Davis, Kevin Davis, is Duane Davis' brother. I think that's what it was. I knew he was a relative, but for some reason I thought they were brothers. You recall a point in time when
was found on Mr. Davis?
I don't remember if it was on him. There's two firearms that I can recall. I know that Mike Collette from the LA County Sheriff's Office had a firearm. If that was on him, then that would be it. He mentioned a Glock 40. What we had was drug fire then. I don't know if they still have it. And then I had our firearms people do the assessment on that.
And ultimately, that was the murder.
The firearms examiner said it was not the weapon.
So, drug fire, which is, I think, here later, is now called NIDID. But drug fire was a way for photographs to be put into a computer, and then somebody somewhere else could check casings that were found and see if they matched the same gun, casing to casing.
Yeah, the forensics guys that do all those firearms things, they know how to do all that stuff. All I know is if I get the information, I ask people to enter it in to drug fire at the time, and then those firearms people know what to do. I depend on them.
So we only got two more here. And do you know where Mr. Alexander is today?
From what I was told, he committed suicide, so he's deceased.
Did you attempt to show those photo lineups to Malcolm Greenridge?
I think it was the next day, because what started this was a newspaper article. So we went and met Malcolm with Reggie Wright Jr. And I think we learned later in the report that there's some other guy came with us. We met them at the Compton Police Department. And we sat down with Malcolm and asked, we offered to show him these photo layups. And Malcolm said he never wanted to see the layups because he said that he could never identify anybody. So basically, he declined to look at the photo layups.
You mentioned a news story. What was in the news story that caused you to think you should go probably talk to Mr. Green?
There was a reporter named Chuck Phillips that was working for the LA Times at the time that was, well, that's my opinion. Anyhow, Chuck Phillips was writing an article claiming that there were two witnesses at the Metropolitan Police Department who were refusing to talk to Frank Alexander and Malcolm Green. They both stated that the words that Chuck Phillips used were not their words. They had never said those words. And that Malcolm Green said he never necessarily wanted to deal with law enforcement. So we went down there that many times to try and contact different people. In fact, every time we went to California, we tried to contact Death Row Records, but got the runaround. So
ultimately, were you left with any avenue to further your investigation?
We ever got was the, we ended up the revocation hearing for Suge Knight, where I ended up providing a videotape of the MGM for the DA's office down there.
Let me ask you about that. So, Suge Knight, at the time that he is involved in this fight with Orlando Anderson at the MGM, he is on probation, both federal and state probation in California, correct?
That's the way it was presented to us, yes.
And at that particular hearing, did he call a witness in his defense to claim he was trying to stop the fight?
Orlando Anderson was subpoenaed as a witness for Suge Knight, yes.
And did he testify that Suge Knight was trying to help him, not hurt him?
Orlando Anderson, apparently, because I wasn't allowed in the courtroom, but apparently Orlando Anderson testified in court that day that Suge Knight was trying to help.
And then you the witness that laid the foundation for the videotape that disputed that testimony at that revocation hearing.
Because I had talked to Orlando and he had told me differently, I was there as an impeachment witness in case Orlando decided to tell a story that he did tell. And I testified and Orlando told me otherwise, that Suge Knight and Tupac basically beat him down pretty good.
Thank you, sir. Judge, I pass it to you. someone is being shown a photo lineup. They're not. They're in a room. They see the photo lineup, and then at that point, wait for them to respond and see which one of the 6 people in there they recognize. Right?
Well, you show the lineup and ask them if they recognize anybody. That's you don't lineup, do you recognize? You just say, do you recognize anybody in the lineup?
Right, and the reason why you ask that question that way is you do not want to suggest an answer to your question.
Correct. You don't want to try and make them lean towards anybody.
Those photo lineups today, there may not be a person at all that you're interested in the 6 people that we present to you, right? You could have a photo lineup with nobody in it that you would have as a target. Fair?
That's a fair statement, yes, sir.
Now, in this particular regard, a person sees who that person believes to be somebody associated with whatever investigation you're looking at. They typically would circle the picture and maybe put down a percentage of how sure they are of that person being the person that's involved in something. Is that how that works?
Yeah, typically what I would do anyhow is I'd have a photograph of the person.
Right.
And if there was a percentage, yeah, I would have them put that on there and say 80%. 60, whatever that is. Or 100%, whichever.
Now, of course, during this time period, as you are putting together these photo lineups, the majority of the individuals that the state identified for this photo lineup are people that are associated with Southside Crips. Would that be an accurate description?
I believe everybody was I don't remember was Roger Williams one of them because he's not a Crip. He's a River Mob guy, so he's a blood.
I
But
think there.
everybody else was a Crip, yes.
And so, because you were under the premise that there was a gang war that South because they were pirate blood, and so you were identifying just Southside Crips.
I know that I'm not willing to look at the photo lineups so that those
And do you recall what the results were of those photo lines being sent to the girls in LA?
I don't believe they identified anybody.
Photo lineup that shows Terrence Brown. No one, as far as in a vehicle, even in Las Vegas on September 7th, 1996.
If Terrence Brown was in one of those photo lineups, then he wasn't identified.
How about DeAndre Smith's photo lineup as being present in Las Vegas, Nevada on September 7th, 1996?
I don't recall anybody being identified in a photo lineup.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, sir, your testimony was that you were the primary detective on this case originally.
Myself and Mike Franks, we didn't really have a lead, but yeah.
All right. Like drew the short straw, basically, on this one, right?
I guess I'm the guy whose name is all over everything, but yeah.
Well, congratulations. Let me ask you this question, though. As a police officer, did you write reports of all of your activity during the course of this investigation?
Anytime Mike Franks did several reports to him, yes.
And would there ever be a time during the time that you were handling this investigation that you would have chosen not to have read officer's report?
That I can think of. No, if we had a trip, especially anything I had done an officer's report, back in the day, apparently they do things a little different. Even if it was a one paragraph, we did officer's reports.
And as far as you know, based upon your knowledge of what happened to Lawrence and what you did in this case,
9/11 was, yes.
is it now?
I don't know. I've never seen the case file, so I don't know what. Like now, I heard rumors.
District Attorney's Office had forwarded over to you some documents to help you. Were those documents all of the officer's reports that you wrote while you were on this investigation?
No.
Now, in addition to that, sir, you had testified a little bit about the Luxor. I think you had mentioned something about there was some information that Tupac and Suge Knight had both had resident rooms at the Luxor. Is that correct?
That's the information we had, yes, sir.
Okay. In addition to that, was there any video that was captured of the vehicles that had gone to the Luxor to pick up Tupac while he was at the Luxor?
Vehicles. I mean, there was hearsay of the vehicles, but I don't remember specific videos.
Now,
Off the top of my head, I don't.
right. And because you were the lead detective, of course, you're accumulating all of the information that you gathered, sometimes from other police officers in furtherance of your investigation, right?
Yeah, if it's given to me, yes, and it's put into the case file, yes.
Right. And so with regards to the Luxor incident, you learned and you had put into your officer's report that Tupac Shakur was picked up with some people, looks like around 10 o'clock at the ballet. Do you recall that?
I did not. I didn't. I don't think I did an officer's report.
I have a document here. Looks like there's signatures at the bottom as the officer.
If you could show it to me, like I said, I've seen some documents from the.
Can we run it over right now?
Yeah, I think you show it to me.
Let me do this. Now, I believe that we had submitted some documents for your review as well. Do you recall the document review?
I remember you showing me a document from LA that I didn't remember too. So,
right.
So
This would be titled the Murder or Attempt Murder Supplement. Do you recall that document?
wait a minute, is this the report with beard on it?
Correct. That's right.
Oh, okay, that report. Now I remember that report, yes.
And I apologize if I wasn't clear enough.
I remember that report, yes.
And in that report, for instance, there was a discussion about the number of vehicles that had pulled up to pick up Tupac, and one of the vehicles that was there was a Cadillac that was white with 4 black males in it. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Okay. So the way we're looking at it right now is Tupac comes out of the Luxor, he gets picked up in a long caravan of cars, and the last car is a white Cadillac with 4 black males in it. Right? Okay. And that's based upon your investigation. Now, in addition to that, we talked a little bit about the pen registers. Can you explain to the jury what a pen register is?
Pen register is a register, more or less. You're getting it's not quite the same as recording phone calls and listening to them. Where in that particular case, you actually have people in the room and you're actually listening to calls, and if the call is not pertaining to your investigation, you're supposed to turn it off and not listen to it. It's something that's not pertaining to it. A pen register is more or less information to record, call your investigation if it turns out to be something that's valuable. That was the end. We never got to do it because we did the pen register. You have to file it with the county, and lo and behold, the next day it was in the newspaper. So basically, it was a waste of time.
Well, I mean, right. And so
Correct. That was the intent.
And the pen register would record the numbers that were either going to that phone number or that phone number making phone calls out of that phone number.
That was the intent.
Now, in this case, can you tell us, for instance, what KPP's phone number was at that particular time?
I couldn't tell you. No.
And with regards to the phone records that we had received, there were some numbers that were either from Monte Carlo, and I don't know if it was the Luxor, but do any of those phone numbers register back to a pager? Because this is 1996. Right. Exactly. A pager, or maybe I don't know. Around 1996, it's like a pager.
I believe those phone numbers were actually the phone numbers to the hotels themselves.
Right. And so outside of that, we don't have any also um, they were doing these search warrants to try to retrieve firearms to help quell or to suppress any potential violence in Compton. Is that the reason or purpose for those search warrants?
I don't know what it was their search warrant. I can't tell you what the purpose, other than my understanding was there's an arrest warrant for Orlando Anderson. All that other stuff, that's Compton's thing. Yeah, it was their search warrant.
And in terms of that search warrant, did you ever see the results, or was QPD's house or residence in Compton searched as well?
I don't remember. I'd have to. The return had so much information on there. I'd have to sit there and look at it again. I just don't remember right off the top of my head. QPD's house was on that return or not.
No worries, sir. And in terms of your investigation, did you ever have to deal directly with Reggie Wright Jr.?
The only face-to-face, and it would have been brief, would have been at Compton when he brought Malcolm Green to. But I don't think there was any talk. And the reason we probably didn't talk to him was because his dad was lieutenant in Compton.
What?
As to why you would talk to him because his dad was lieutenant.
Right, wrong, or indifferent, our feeling was, well, if your dad's a Compton lieutenant, you're the head of Death Row Records security. I just have a problem with the communications line there. Maybe I'm being distrustful on that. I just worry about what's being said between the two.
That Reggie Wright Jr. instructed his people to lie to you.
I was told later on by Frank Alexander that he said that, yes.
In addition to that, we had talked about the video footage that was captured at the MGM. Did you at any point when you looked at that video footage observe or see Duane Davis keeping in that surveillance video?
No.
And then finally, your recollection is, so you wake up in the morning, you get the, and this might be an old data, but everyone's skedaddled before I got there. Did you, during that time period, ever observe a white Cadillac sitting there waiting for somebody inside to
No.
And then finally, you had mentioned a little bit about Suge Knight, and you had said that you believed that he was timid or afraid when he showed up with 3 attorneys to talk to you.
Yeah, I think he was rather timid, yes.
Sure. And it would be fair to say, of course, that you don't know why he was timid, right? I mean, he's walking in with 3 attorneys. I mean, is he worried that he's going to get caught with something wrong, or is he there because he's worried about something else? You don't know, right?
I don't know why he was. I'm sitting there thinking, one, why did a victim showing up with 3 attorneys? That was just an odd thing to me.
It is.
Jump in here and just a little bit with your flow.
get people out, man.
I'm going to share this photograph. That's the rear of Mr. Shakur. Strip nice vehicle, at least appears to be, correct?
This is at the scene, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I see it.
6.
Okay. Is this on the boulevard?
I believe the testimony is that this vehicle is Las Vegas Boulevard Park.
Okay, I see the black and white up ahead just because I see the reflective from the door.
Go through exhibit number.
What's that white car?
We're going to go through all of these for you in just a second. Of course, I got to do this the hard way. Now I'm going to show you number 20. A second, I don't know why this thing won't roll up for me. What's photographs?
But ouch. Hit my thumb. Hey.
There's obviously a different black BMW that's inside. If you look real close on the right side, the front seat.
Okay.
There is 22.
So what you trying to say, man?
I'm guessing that license plate number is on the report, so.
Right. What I'm saying, I'm trying to say, we ain't wasting time. Well, Jesus.
That's 23. Now we're looking at 24. Share my screen.
So all those cars that are in that line to the side is just regular traffic.
Right. They regular traffic. There you go.
In the tape, this is exhibit number 24. There's a silver Mercedes.
So is Kevin
Cal Wood.
26. There's white. You have to zoom in really close down here, which I don't know if I can do on here.
Yeah.
Oh, I can do this. There you go.
It's probably the license. Oh, it's a
Dodge Avenger.
Dodge Avenger. Okay, and the license plate number, because I remember on the original crime report there are license plate numbers on vehicles, and I'd have to look at it to see what they match up to.
Then Mr. Sam asked you questions about going to the Luxor.
Okay.
Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
To refresh your memory as to exactly what you found out at the Luxor to review that report.
I know that right, Keffe. I'm hungry and sleepy. Ooh, I'm so hungry.
Share this one more time. All right, here we go. So, the beginning is just about what the investigation is about.
That's just a very brief synopsis about what happened the night of the shooting, yes.
Now, you indicated you talked to Brian Beard, who was working security at the Luxor, about
Yeah.
Two white vehicles were also behind the group. Balza said he thought the last car was a Cadillac from beyond
Right. That's correct.
Just real quick, Captain Becker, with regards to that last line, the last line is that the last white vehicle was either a Cadillac or. All right, no further questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, sure, any questions for this witness? See, no hands. Thank you. You are excused. Have a good day. All right, station. Finish the witnesses for today.
Close your mouth. Close your mouth. Keffe. Now we're gonna go over everything when I finish.
Right, we're going to take another 15-minute break while we try to get some thoughts with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected to this case by any means of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, radio, or from or express any opinion on any subject connected to the trial until it is submitted to you.
Okay. And so what I would do for y'all,
Drainage and Qatari clocks.
because okay. What I'm gonna do is let me put it on. What I'm gonna do is, gosh, I get frustrated when I'm hungry. Okay, okay. Trying to put it on Keffe. There you go. That's a good picture. Okay. So what I want to do is let y'all know how I do my trials. What I do is take notes and then come back. I want to take my own note. I don't want to get no transcript. I want my own thinking. What is important to me in this case. So what I'm gonna do for y'all later, because I'm ready to eat and I'm about to go fix me something to eat, and then I'm gonna come in with the second half, what they're gonna do after lunch. But thus far, I'm about to go over everything that I have that was important to me. I asked the question earlier. Do you believe Keffe D. Davis is the murder for hire? So if you get a chance, can y'all please answer yes or no? You're not gonna get a whipping. Okay. Also, you are watching the opening statement. Uh, do the prosecutor? This is what asked at the beginning and the opening. Or their lack? Do they have lacks of facts in the case? The prosecutor. That's what the defense asks. Okay. In part two of the court, officer took the stand and he said he stopped the BMW. Yeah, he that's the BM in the car didn't have a license plate. That's weird. He stopped them, and they didn't have a license plate. He didn't have any knowledge of Tupac. Said they was filming a video on that strip. Okay, Tupac had been shot and arrived at the hospital, still responding. That was important to me. Was one of my key elements because I didn't know what I know about this happened because this happened back in my time. Um, That's why it's good to have older people, and you need to respect them when they respect you. Cause we gonna be there for you, okay? So I didn't know he was in the house. I didn't know he was still alive, you know. And then they made me think that when they said that Suge Knight made a U-turn, they make me feel when they make me think believe that the turn was after they took him to the hospital, but now the turn was before they went to the hospital. That was a good element for me too. Tupac said the Tupac had been shot and arrived at the hospital still responding. Tupac said we they asked Tupac, do you know who shot you? He said, "No, we'll take care." See, it's a different from the way y'all live now and the way we live back then. See, we didn't get attention. We didn't want the attention that the things that some of these young men be saying, some of these guys be saying in the chat to girls, you could talk to a lady like that back in the days. Them guys and play about women. You gonna respect them. And they will handle their business themselves. That's how streets was. And when you think about Mo 3 case, you think about they took it out the streets, but Tupac kept it in. He kept it in the street. He told the officer that when he asked him, who shot you, he said, "No, we'll take care of it." Okay, so them real people, gangsters back then. Okay, also they showed the front, the side, the rear, and the driver's side of the car. That was very important to let him know that he was identifying the car that Suge Knight was driving with Tupac on the passenger side. They also showed the inside of the car as well, front and back. The defense turned in part two. The officer had been there working for 13 years and no vehicle. There was no vehicle behind Tupac car. When the car that Suge was driving, it wasn't a car behind them. But that's what they were saying. So in 1996, a map was shown near Flamingo Hotel, showed a bridge across walk, and they were trying to make sure that they see in the witnesses of that area. Okay, there were several vehicles around, but known in the shooting. Yeah, it was several vehicles out there, but on the one was only one was following Suge Knight, and the other one was and what's the four young ladies. We'll get to that in a minute. Here we go. We about to get to it now. The next witness came up. Her name was Miss Stoke. Okay. She came to Las Vegas. She came to Vegas to hang out with her friends. And they lived in Los Angeles. Okay. They came to the party. It was a party going on in Las Vegas. They was driving and ran into Tupac and Suge Knight in the car. They didn't want him into Tupac. They didn't know who Tupac was. They were just the girl in the car recognized Suge Knight. And the girl named was Lauren. She pulled up to Suge Knight. And so they began to follow Suge to the club. And a car behind them kept trying to get in front of them. You know how trying to follow somebody and somebody keep on distracting you in the car, trying to knock you out the way. Okay, so they pulled off around that car and a car of two. They was two cars up from Suge Knight, the girls, the ladies. Uh they almost hit the white Cadillac, the four-door Cadillac. They kept driving away from the car. The police made them the young lady got upset because the police made them sit out the car on the ground. So she didn't see anything. She didn't see anything, but the police treated them so bad. She said a witness, yeah, she said that the police treated them so bad. But I want to what's important to me also, one of the key elements in this case is always the judges for me. The judge is Kylie Kearney. I may be saying it wrong. They don't been saying my name wrong for 20, 20 some years, and it don't matter. I know they talking about me. So Kylie is that knowing the judges in these cases are very important to me. Okay, Mr. Backer is the next witness that the police in Vegas. He's been a police in Vegas since 1984, back in my days. That's why good to have older people around, and you need to respect them so you can live alone and help somebody else too. So back in 1984 through 2011, he was in homicide detective. Look at them guys still living, y'all. Look at them guys still healthy at their age. Keffe D 63. I'm 67. I can do anything. I can dance. I can exercise. I can rap. I can do anything you can do, but I can't cook that good. I ain't never been no cooker. But look how them older guys still here, like we are, like some of us know Tupac case real backwards, because that's how we were trying to figure out who was the shooter. Now, September 8th, 1976, uh, uh, Sergeant Manning called uh, uh, Detective Becker at 1 o'clock a.m. in the morning. Tupac witness interview. He was transferred. He interviewed Tupac at the hospital. He was transported. Tupac was transported to the hospital. Tupac witness interview was interviewed. Okay, Tupac was interviewed. Yeah, I already said it. He was transported to the hospital. First responder night detective called at the scene. The detective said Becker said he was at home asleep, and then Officer Simmons called him, and Frank was sent to the hospital to question Tupac. All he saw was actual cartilage, and the cartilage didn't match the ones on the car. I was like, what? The cartilage in the street didn't match the ones in the car. He said that was 40 caliber and a Glock fire cases, white Cadillac shooters. The Cadillac was the shooter, y'all. They should know who drive a white Cadillac. Now, Orlando was identified by a cop. Detective Frank talked to Suge. Suge Knight showed up with. Now, this is what strange. One of the key elements in this case is it always been strange to me with Suge. Suge showed up, y'all, in the detective office with 3 lawyers. He's the victim. Why he showed up with 3 lawyers? He ain't did nothing. Come on, Suge, work with me. So off duty assignment was out there with Suge house. Okay, there was South Side Cribs. Okay, Suge Orlando went to court. Suge went to court, and Orlando said that Suge was trying to help him. How is Orlando Suge trying to help Orlando, and that's Keefe nephew? That's why he made that statement. Now I want you to say that. Do you recognize? They asked him, "Do you recognize the person in the photo lineup from the Southside Crib?" And they said it was One Blood. The rest of them Southside Crib, One Blood. Was the lineup shown? Then he asked him, "Was the lineup shown to the young ladies in California?" There were 4 girls from California. And then he said, no, he don't believe they showed the girls the line. He showed one girl that line up, and the girl recognized. She didn't recognize anyone. So my thing is, how did they get Orlando out of this? Did they get him from the tag number? Did they get him from cameras? Because y'all got a lot of digital activity going on now. We didn't have too many digital activities, like cameras everywhere like that. We probably had 1 and 2 or like, some of them. But these are my strategies and my key element to the case. So what I do, y'all, is come back after I eat. I'm hungry. After I eat and give y'all the rest what happened in the case, because I think they can ready to go lunch or go take a break. Ooh, and I'm hungry, so I'm gonna keep it right here, and I'm gonna fix me something to eat, and then we're gonna come back and stuff. We stopped at. I want to tell y'all thank you so much, honey. I know I make it hard on myself, y'all, because this is what I did at work. So we'll be back. Be back. I'm coming back anyway. Thank you for watching. Thank you for joining. And I'll be back, y'all. Try not to go over there and watch it, because I'm coming back. God, I was on him for I was on him a long time. I don't know if I'm coming back now. But if I don't come back, what I do is record it for you. Okay. I love y'all. I'm out of here. But I'm coming back. I'm coming back.